and we certainly have lots of work. We're juggling how to get price quotes and the equipment requests from the chapters. So we're doing double duty, maybe even triple duty, to try to get our listing to the speaker's office. So with that, I'd like to call the meeting to order for December 16th. Mr. Leonard Mose, please provide the roll call.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay is present.
Thank you. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Sorry, Delegate Slater present.
Thank you. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Here.
Thank you. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Here. Thank you. Chair, we have 4 members constitute a quorum.
Thank you. Health, Education, Human Services Committee members. So with that, we can proceed. Cecilia, Honorable Edison Wanika, could you provide us the invocation for today's meeting?
Ado ba he Quinton ada Hashin Togo is a chose there, a cohesion at a Chidedo is open nature. Ado ego Nishi not a need a so this. That I would aid to that idea of the data. What puts a night la, a shingle canida. Ado the quick shit at it to the Yego a Beniji Nahoti. A great art which had out Benakini Tino. The Hatchin the Benani Tino change the art some be had he called they Bana was Kado Banda Ika. Ado Nikin have one load or less. Nemado Neja, Nemasando Neche. Ado the art from hidden. Adon Hatchin. Ado the sea. They each day Nishiki to that one law. So the Yego a Nika Netjato. Adi Chin I think hitting darkness. I don't think not any than Lindige, Largent Heart Tagi, President Nez, or Kedo Tagi, Vice President Lizer. I don't the debate pass Annie Lindige. I don't Hanas Nel, I don't the old Tappen. So next G. Aja Nahaz Tanigi. I don't ask some. The Nikaya. Is it how to be to but the Skidar? Have one load or less. I don't lay Tanas Nil than Lini that asked. I don't ask one hidden man. I don't the day Kay Yajabas Katawisto, go Kay and Sabas Katawisto. I don't that art at any Kaya. The dash that the chaos and the leap. But cargo asked not only than Lenny the Hobbit one load or less. Don't ask for the man. I don't that the no stand on how is on the Nebuchadnezzar. I need from it what is on this now. It's one load or less car. I don't could at el the nature. She has so in now gay because other things. Today at a Japan nutty task of a seed or less. At his ocean pay nutty taskate so the zen. The at H at the at H. They talk costoyat H based. H is that larger. Pay none it or less. Jibinache in it, or just little, Binache Hashin, so a pain 60. A quay with I could not so, we cannot age craft or less. I don't the Konar sos ne taton il so the quay scared as she banded in or less. I don't other none a taton a cargate of one load or less. Yet, ishi banet indo lesik banti ti to yat a payati kito tade at ya be eskendi ka benasit ka na ditja to yat he da to aso yat his one no ko atkin bakau na ne te to le ko kun so ko do to the ni be hanada ti do le Niget Asai Bishop in Jesus Christ. Amen.
But Adolin, cool. Citizen Behouse, easy to share Sicily. I see. Now, Otla, Basins in the to quite a citizen, Hashin, so I see. The young Shady, I see. By Sheikh Winston. Be nice and eat Adolin. I don't quite a Bahol GG committee. Do we have any announcements? Auto staff, do we have any announcements? Mr. Mose, Chase, let the record show that Shabizha, Honorable Charlene So is on the call.
All right, sir.
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Franklin.
Oh, that is Mr. Franklin.
I just wanted to again update the Health Education Human Services Committee on the request that was given to Doty in regards to a special board meeting to be either scheduled the 21st or the 22nd. The 22nd, the Board of Education has already scheduled a work session. So out of so I'm respectfully requesting a specific date so we can prepare to discuss the issues before you on during next week sometime, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Lishant Quaggy. Going forward, committee members, Ishin will put it on the agenda. With that, we go to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. So through this teleconference format, all the folks on the teleconference, please introduce yourselves.
Mr. Chair, good morning. This is Regina Yazzie, Department of Family Service.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Matthew So with Department of General Education.
Good morning. This is Melissa Wayman calling from the Utah Office for Victims of Crime.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Herman Begay from Navajo Nation Facilities Maintenance.
Good morning, China and committee members. This is Melvin Harrison, LDA for Delegate Carl Slater and also Chair for the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. Thank you.
Yad A delegates and others who are attending. My name is Yolanda Francis, and I'm the Executive Director of Restoring Ancestral Winds. Again.
Hello, Yate, and good morning to all the folks that introduced themselves. Thank you for joining us in our special meeting, and we hope that you will also participate in some of the deliberations regarding what's on our agenda, as well as what will be added to the agenda. And let the record show that Speaker Staff Assistant Hope McDonald Lonetree has just joined the call also. With that, Miss Beverly Martinez, can you review the agenda with the committee for their consideration?
Good morning, everyone. Agenda of the Health Education Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Regular meeting, December 16, 2020, 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Daniel Eso, Chairperson, Honorable Carl Russell Slater, Vice Chairperson, Place Viva Telecommunications, Window Route, Navajo Nation, Arizona. One, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals, November 9, November 20, November 23, November 25, 2020. 5, receive and report. A, update report from Navajo Division of Social Services on Gentle Iron Hot Shelter. B, executive session update report on Sabbath versus Navajo Nation. 7, new business. A, legislation 0305-20. B, legislation 0311-20. C, other. 8, close the meeting announcements. Adjourned. Mr. Chair and members, the agenda has been read into the record.
Okay, committee members, back to you.
Motion, Winika.
Thank you, Cecilia. Motion by Honorable Edison Winika. Committee members? We have a motion. Need a second for us to proceed?
Second, Delegate Slater. Sorry, I thought I heard one.
Okay, Priscilla, Cecilia, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Are there any additions to the legislation? I mean, to the agenda, I'm sorry. And then for the folks on the call, is there any addition that you would like for the committee to listen to? A report, an update, an issue that you wish to bring before the committee? The chair is open to amending the agenda if there's such a request or a need.
So, Chair, did we have a request from Doty? Is that what I understood?
Yeah, let's listen to the presentation because there was a special Board of Education meeting yesterday. I'd like to hear what transpired or what the board decided. So that would be appropriate, Cecilia. Thank you.
I'm open to adding that to the agenda if someone would request us to modify or just make the motion themselves.
Okay, Honorable Edison Winika.
Abigail, Chair. We can add that.
Okay. Bushy. And Honorable Slater's already open to that with the amendment to add an update from Department of Education, Mr. Derek Franklin. If there's no other requests, then with the amended motion to adopt, Mr. Mose, Chache, roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater Green. Delegate Begay is currently speaking on the Permanent Trust Fund
All right,
presentation.
sir. Thank you. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Last call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, you have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Making my correction, Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, committee members. So we have an adopted agenda. That brings us to review and adopting the journals. Those were on Monday's special meeting agenda, and they were moved forward. Journals are for November 9, 20, November 20, November 23, and November 25. What is the wishes of the committee?
Chair?
Yes.
Leonard, the November 25th, I did not send it out. I was in the office yesterday, so I didn't scan it and email it out. So November 25th, I haven't sent it out yet.
Okay, so that'll so it'll be November 9, November 20, and November 23.
Yes, sir.
Committee members.
Motion?
Motion by Bill Slater. Do I hear a second?
Second, Monica.
I was going to say, where's Halona? He's always ready for a second. Okay, so Philip, Honorable Edison Wanika, second. Any discussion? If not, Mr. Mose, roll call vote
Yes, sir.
on the adoption of the journals.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay
Green.
Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
Oh, we're starting the meeting.
Honorable Charlene So.
I don't know.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Appreciate the vote, and let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Then we go to item 5, receiving report. 5A, update report from Navajo Division of Social Services on the Gentle Iron Hawk shelter. Presenters, Ms. Diana Neswit-Kishi, Ms. Regina Yazzie, and then also inclusive, and I think I got a message that Mr. Lamardo Aceret is in the Permanent Trust Fund meeting, and he's listed on their agenda. So that will bring Mr. Herman Begay with facilities maintenance to provide the update. With that, Ms. Diana Neswit-Gishi, if she's not on the line, then Ms. Regina Yazzie.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is Regina Yazzie, Department of Family Services. A update report was emailed yesterday to the committee members. The update that I will provide regarding the opening of Gentle Iron Hawk Shelter in Blanding, Utah, I will do that now. On October 20 this year, 2020, the Facilities Maintenance Department, a couple of the staff, including Mr. Asseret and Mr. Begay, Herman Begay, went to the Gentle Iron Hawk shelter in Blanding and conducted an assessment, an overview of the building regarding the repairs that were needed. They completed their assessments and they then submitted quotes to our office, and those quotes we then entered into the FMIS financial system to purchase the items, and we chose the vendor, and the items were entered and approved for purchase. Thereafter, we are now waiting for a purchase order to be issued by the Office of the Controller. And once that purchase order is issued, the building supplies, the items will be picked up from the vendor and then taken up to the Gentle Iron Hawk shelter by Facilities Maintenance Department staff. I understand from Mr. Begay, Herman Begay, that there will be several staff from their Facilities Maintenance Department to go up and complete the repairs that were needed, which may take several days, is my understanding. And once those are completed, once the repairs are completed to the building, then our office, we will reconnect with the State of Utah Health Department to have them do a second inspection, re-inspect the building and for clearance, and issue us a clearance letter. Once we receive that, we will then proceed in opening the building, given that the positions are filled and with staff regarding the residential caseworker positions and also a counselor position. Presently, the supervisor of the GIS remains employed. The supervisor continues to work at and assist at Shiprock shelter in the meantime while these repairs are being made. Once GIS opens, the shelter opens, it will be a 24/7 service provider to the local area there in Blanding. Will receive referrals and other residents from outside the area, referrals from other social service agencies as well. And the capacity of the building will have at least for 22 residents. It has 8 bedrooms, seven of which have 3 beds in each room, and 1 room has 1 bed. So it will accommodate families as well regarding once the shelter opens. That is my update, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Committee members, do you have any questions?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Go ahead, Priscilla.
Thank you. My first question is, what is the planned launch date now for the Gentle Iron Hawk shelter?
Our plan is still January 2021. We realize that it is just in the next 3 weeks when January 1st comes around. Plan is still that. However, given that the building repairs have not begun, we could be looking at February 1st.
Chair Winnica.
Go ahead, Cecilia.
I'd like to ask the same question that Honorable Slater asked, but I'd like to have Herman Begay respond. Is the timeline on schedule, or are you behind for any reason?
Yate, good morning, Shenandoah. Chairman So and Edison Winnica. Thank you for the question. Okay, once our plan is once we receive the materials or it's been purchased, we're going to have send 3 maintenance technicians for a week to make those repairs. Right now, we are just waiting for the repairs. Waiting for the materials to arrive. We have sort of a problem as we're told not to travel, but in emergency cases, this would be, I guess, considered emergency. We had transferred some monies from our traveling account for personnel. So we had intended or requested that we stay at that shelter home for a week, but somebody had said that due to liabilities that we can't do that. That's our only problem for now, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Begay. Mr. Begay, as part of your discussion, the opening date that Ms. Yazzie alluded to, will you be able to, I guess, be more specific on what you will be fixing or repairing, replacing, and then that way, and then will you be able to meet the date, inclusive of the inspection and the issuance of a certificate to occupy?
Okay, thank you again, Chairman. So we had given a listing, and that was inspection by the environmental health from the state of Utah, and there were several things that they indicated. We need to replace several steel doors. We need to install a range hood along with a duct kit. And also there's a roof leak in one bedroom that we need to repair. There's a floor that had crack that we need to repair. And then also several walls. There had been some settling of the building, and there's a crack on the floor and on the walls that we need to repair. Also repaint where the repairs are needed. And we also need to do some cleaning outside. There's a playground outside where there's thorns, bushes. We need to do some yard work, and that's about it. I estimate that it would take us a week to repair this, but again, like I said, it depends on when we receive the materials. And the holidays are coming up, so if we go up the first part of January, I am pretty sure that we would meet the deadline. Chairman, so thank you.
Chair Wanika.
Thank you. Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Edison Winika, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, members of the committee. This is to Mr. Begay and also Ms. Yazi. Mr. Begay, you said during the repairs you won't be able to stay at the shelter. I know you have to be there to complete the work. Is there a problem with your budget as far as the motel to still stay there and do the construction? And we received a letter, Mr. Ezeret, regarding the materials. I'm really hoping that, Ms. Yazi, you'll be able to purchase the materials as soon as possible so that this project remains on schedule. Thank you.
Good morning again, Honorable Delegate Edison Begay, Chairman So. We do have a slight problem with our travel budget. Like I said, we were told not to travel as much, and even the training funds that were all told not to put in there. We just receive enough money, just enough money for our personnel account. But we usually use the our other account, which is fixed asset or fixed account. But as far as traveling, we need to take a look at it again. But we wanted, like I said, we wanted to stay there in that shelter. But if there is a problem, we're going to have to stay at hotels over there somewhere. But it shouldn't be a problem. Chairman So.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Committee members, do we have any other follow-up?
Chair So?
Yes, who is that?
Oh, my voice is kind of funky today. This is Delegate Helena, both. I just got on the line got off the other line. Just wanted to let you know I'm joining the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Miss Regina Yazzie, on those positions that are unfilled, when is the closing date, and when will you, what does it look like staff will be have completed some preliminary requirements to employment, and will they be available at the opening?
Mr. So, committee members, we received a couple of referrals from Department of Personnel Management for the residential caseworker position. We will be scheduling interviews in the next couple of weeks. We will be looking at bringing the person, 1 or 2 people on board during the first part of January. Yes, they will be on board when the facility opens. We currently have the supervisor on board, and we also have the office assistant also on board. However, again, just looking at the interview and making a selection within the next couple of weeks, and bringing an individual on once they complete their background checks as well. So we are looking at the month of January in terms of a hire.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any other questions?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, if I can also add.
Go ahead.
Regarding the concern of staying at the shelter by the facility maintenance personnel, Mr. Begay, I spoke with him, and I informed him that it should not be a problem in terms of having his staff stay at the shelter, provided that I get a written memo, letter, informing the department, our office, that these are the individuals, the names, and with their titles and the dates from this date to this date, these individuals will be at the shelter. I said it was not going to be a problem as long as I have something in writing, just to cover ourselves in terms of outside our department, DFS, in the building for those number of days. And I would share that with the insurance office just to make sure that we're in compliance. That's what my request was to Mr. Begay. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Okay. So we do have electricity on, the water on, and heat at the building right now?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay. Committee members, any further questions?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Oh, Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shania. So this question's for the program, and I guess I'm trying to understand if we're still on track, because I asked if we're still planning for January 2021, or asked, what the start date was. The response is, we're planning on that, but we just heard from facilities, and it sounds like they're going to need maybe the month at least of January to perform the repairs. Can we get a finer detail on this timeline?
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Mr. Begay and Ms. Yazzie.
And Chair, sorry, I meant that to be inclusive of the staff hiring as well, because two caseworkers to run something 24/7 doesn't quite add up to me. But
yeah, thank you. Regarding the first aspect, the ability to do the repair, will we meet the January opening date? Mr. Begay.
Good morning again, Delegate Slater and Honorable Chair. Yes, we will send and we will schedule and send our maintenance technician there on January 4th for the whole week, and we will complete. We need a whole week to complete the project. We should be done by that Friday, January 8th, and then of course the health environmental health from the state of Utah also needs to be informed, and they would probably set a date when to inspect again. So that would be my schedule from the 4th through the 8th of January. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Begay. Ms. Yazzie.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that date is feasible. Again, there is no issue in having the facilities maintenance staff at the building during that time. Regarding the inspection, yes, that is something that I will reach out to the State of Utah Health Office now, today, and just apprising them, giving them a heads up that this will be needed in the first week or perhaps the second week of January. I'll reach out and send an email just apprising them that an inspection will need to be scheduled. Regarding the case workers, yes, those were the referrals that we received so far regarding the vacancies. I will do a follow-up and with Department of Personnel Management as to the other position in terms of the position number and where they're at in terms of the advertisement on that. I will do that follow-up as well to see as to when we can get additional referrals on eligible applicants. Mr. Chair.
Chair, can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead, Cecilia. Thank you, Ms. Yazzie.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie, for this information. And I'm sorry to the gentleman, I'm forgetting your name, but thank you for your information as well. It's encouraging to hear that we really have a set of definite dates in January and that we can move forward. I mean, I don't see this being too much of a delay. At the last meeting where we got an update, I thought that we would be starting at the beginning of January, but this is close enough to that I'm happy. My question now is, what is the total staffing that the Division of Social Services desires for the shelter? And what is set up right now in the budget and the plan of operations? Is this something where, excuse me, more staff may be needed within your plan of operations, or, are there policy things that we need to help out with? That leads into the second question, which is on those VOCA grants. And if we have a plan right now for going after further funding, I remember the program reported that the funding that wasn't used in the first year, goes back into this pool, and then the nation can go and apply for that out of that to, fulfill some of the similar purposes of what it was intended for originally. So that's my second question, is if we could get an update on VOCA and make sure that we're disciplined and going after all funding and spending all funding that's available. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, regarding the staffing pattern for the facility, we have 4 residential caseworker positions, and also the supervisor and the office aide. As I reported earlier, the referrals were received for the residential caseworker.
Ms. Yazzie, can you pause for a moment so we can make sure all of our phones are muted?
Yeah, I think that's Honorable Halona's phone.
Yeah.
So regarding the residential caseworker, those are the referrals that we received. Again, we will be looking at the hire dates in the next couple of weeks, and they will need to be doing their criminal background check as well. That is a timely process, and getting the positions filled during the month of January. Regarding the budget, yes, we are on track regarding the VOCA grant. The paperwork, the procedures, the grant was approved. We are proceeding and utilizing that funding for these positions and the operating as well. Regarding we do have Miss Melissa Wayment on the phone. She can properly answer further as to the monies that were returned last year in terms of going back into an overall pot for the VOCA grant funding. Miss Melissa can answer that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Melissa, are you still on the call?
Yes, I'm here.
Could you do follow-up on Honorable Slater's question? And Ms. Yazzie is referring the question to you.
Yes, so currently the budget that is approved for the remainder of this VOCA cycle is $155,371.44, and so that can be spent out until June 2021, June 30th. And then in the spring of this year, our application process will open up again, and that will be a 2-year cycle. And so you'll apply for those funds again at that time. Was there any other clarifying questions on that?
Committee members?
Speaker, my call, I'm connected via the internet connection, and I'm going to try and reconnect, but I missed who you introduced to respond to that question. Can you tell me who that is?
Yes.
Go ahead and give your full name and the organization you work with. Melissa,
yes,
all I got from earlier when you introduced, I just caught Melissa.
Okay. This is Melissa Wayment, and I'm the grant analyst for Utah Office for Victims of Crime. And I've been working with Regina and some of the other staff to get the grant up and running.
Okay, thank you. It's great to hear that that coordination is taking place. Chair, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Priscilla.
Thank you. To Ms. Yazzie, has the division or the program or the nation, is this something where the committee could assist with approaching Blanding to provide some of the funding, or the county to help provide some funding? I'm just thinking about trying to get as much of the financial resources to the program as early on before we get into operation. And I realize this is something I've been asked about in the past, but I think the committee could be helpful in reaching out to other political leadership if you think that's something that's possible or there's a precedent for it outside of Blanding, if we're looking at the county. And then do we have a target budget, like an ideal budget versus what's available right now? I'm just curious to hear what the all-in operational costs we're looking at for the facility.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Delegate Slater, yes, to answer your first question about getting additional funding, that would be helpful, yes. Perhaps the county, if at all possible, and again, the additional funding from the county or perhaps even the state would be amenable to that, yes. And then also the ideal budget as you requested. The budget that we currently have is in relation to the VOCA grant. That's the budget we have. That's what we have to work with at this time. Delegate Slater and members of the committee. I understand Ms. Neswood-Gishi is also wanting to add additional comments. Ms. Neswood-Gishi?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you, Honorable Slater, for your questions. For the record, this is Deanna Neswood-Gishi, Division of Social Services Executive Director. Thank you, Melissa, for providing comments on our VOCA grant as well. So we have the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act. That's more the federal funding. And so we have realigned the staff individuals into that grant. And so they were in various different funding sources, so we had to realign them. And so what we will do moving forward, we will review the current budget with the Family Violence Prevention Services Act. We will also look at the VOCA grant as well as general funding to sort of see what we have, if our needs are being met appropriately. And if not, then we would do a proposed bid for consideration for additional funding. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Delegate Slater.
Honorable Slater. The way I understood Honorable Slater's question was, do you have any calculations, I guess, regarding an ideal budget? And again, the answers are very just general. And I think Honorable Slater is looking for specifics. Just to the other aspect is where can the committee be helpful? Those are some items that I think is still up in the air.
Chairman, so members of the committee.
Yes, Ms.
Calculations, yes, calculations of an ideal budget. I don't have that. We don't have that right now. But as Ms. Neswood-Gishi mentioned, we will be revisiting the grant as well in terms of what are some unmet needs that we can identify and as we move forward and put in a unmet need budget proposal once we revisit the budget. But at this time, we don't have an ideal budget that has an unmet need identified. We are going with and have been going with what was approved for us regarding the Utah VOCA grant. That's what we are currently using and going forward with. But that's how I'm understanding this question is what are some unmet needs, and is there a budget for that? And if there is, then how can the committee assist in moving the unmet need portion of the budget forward and getting those needs met as the facility opens? That's how I'm understanding that question. And Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Honorable Slater, do you have follow-up? And committee members, do you have other questions?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. I don't have much more to say.
Go ahead.
I think that the program is making progress, and I think what should have been included in the report were dates. The construction that needs to take place between the 4th and the 8th is perhaps the most important piece of information that's been reported to us. And I feel like in the report, it's alluded to, but the timeline isn't identified in there. So let's stay on track.
Okay, thank you. I guess in what Ms. Yazzie, so you'll do the memo to insurance to basically say that facilities maintenance staff would be in the building from the 4th through the 8th. And then you'll work with the Utah Department of Health to do the inspection and to give some sort of document to allow for occupancy. And we appreciate that those additional items could be in the report. And I guess at this point in time, committee members, the chair is open to a motion and a second to accept the report with the follow-up information. And then thank you, Ms. Melissa Wayman, for being on the call. Appreciate that aspect about the grant that is being utilized. Was that Honorable Wanika?
Yes.
I'll second Delegate Slater.
Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to give a message to Ms. Yazzie. I went before Budget and Finance Committee yesterday as far as renewing the contract for her program, and I needed an agent. So tomorrow, the 3 legislations going before NABDIT. So I would appreciate it, Virginia, if you could be online as an agent for your program. Thank you.
And additionally, I was on the call, and Honorable Wanika really did a good job. Ms. Deanna Neswit-Gishi, for the other 2 legislations, the agent didn't call in. but please provide, make sure that your staff or yourself are there to answer the questions from the Napakia committee members. That is, I guess, really, really necessary. And we just appreciate the BNF committee members just to basically allow the legislation to go forward. We have a motion by Honorable Wanika and a second by Honorable Carl Slater. Any additional comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Deanna Nesugishi. May I provide a response? I would just like to give assurance.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Yes, I became aware yesterday that, thank you, Honorable Wanika, for sponsoring the legislation, and I did become aware that the agents were not present. I did coordinate with Rosalind Begay as well as the managers that they are required to attend the session at NABI. And I have also given assurance to the Chief of Staff that this would not happen again. So I am on top of it moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, committee members. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halota. Honorable Pernell Halota. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halota.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halota votes green. Chair, vote 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Are you on mute, Trey?
Oh, yes, I'm on mute. Let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. I want to extend appreciation to the Division of Social Services for providing the report, and to facility maintenance staff, Mr. Begay. We really look forward to getting that facility open. And I guess the one thing that we've found out, through our participation in other meetings, is that the interest from the Land Acquisition Trust Fund was used to buy that property and the buildings. So that is significant, and we look forward to having that facility be staffed and open to provide the very necessary services of providing shelter for the victims of crime, most especially the domestic violence. We appreciate the state of Utah for providing the the grant funds to operate the facility to the staff. We may be tough on some of our questions and some of our expectations, but it's at these times that the committee appreciates the work. Now we go to item number 5B, and that is an update report on Chavez versus Navajo Nation. Mr. Louis Millette, are you on the call?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I am.
Okay, and basically it's the item of attorney-client privilege. So, Miss Martinez, Shamayaja, provide the telephone number for the executive session to Mr. Millette, the committee members, to Mr. Haven, if he's on the call, to if not, whoever is assigned in that aspect, to Mr. Harrison, and of course the two staff members, Mr. Mose and Ms. Martinez, who will be part of the executive session. Committee members, the update report on Chavez versus Navajo Nation requires a motion to go into executive session. And let's designate a possible 1 hour for that.
Delegate Paul Begay, motion to go to executive session for 1 hour.
Thank you, Shache. I recognize that motion. Second by Honorable Edison Wanika. A vote on that, Mr. Mose.
Right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Bernal Halona. Honorable Bernal Halona.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Last call, Honorable Bernal Halona. Chair, you have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed at 11:32.
Thank you, committee members. We'll hang up out of this call and then we'll reconvene at approximately 12:30 into this public portion of our committee meeting. So we'll go to the executive session. Thank you.
Hello, is anybody still on?
During executive session.
Oh, what's the numbers there?
Beverly,
Can you
Beverly emailed you a number.
text me the number? I appreciate it.
I don't have your number.
Oh. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to do it without me. I'll check my email, see if I have it.
someone who's making a call, if you could please mute your. I don't know if someone's monitoring this, but it's call on user 9. For those on the line, this is Delegate Slater. The committee will be reconvening soon. We just completed our executive session, so we'll be moving forward on the agenda as committee members return to this call. Whoever is Hess admin, you're unmuted.
Delegate Charlene So.
I can hear you.
Delegate Daniel So back on the call.
Can hear you, sir.
Mr. Mose, any other Hess members back?
There was Vice Chair, yourself, Honorable Charlene So, and Honorable Winika.
Okay, so that makes for quorum. Let's do roll call.
All right, sir.
Record that we have quorum.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay was on first.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Thank you. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So, present.
Thank you. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Here. Thank you. Chair, we have 5 members. Constituted quorum.
Sheila, thank you, Mr. Mose. Committee.
Chair, motion to exit executive session.
Thank you. I'll recognize that motion.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a executive session. Roll call vote, please.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, we have 4 members, 0 opposed. Chair not voting out of the executive session at 12:49.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Or back on public rec. Committee members, how do you wish to deal with item 5B?
Chair, I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Thank you. On Slater, to accept update report.
Second, Winika.
Thank you, Cecilia. Honorable Edison Winika seconds the motion. Any discussion? Questions for application?
Chair, this is Winika.
Go ahead, Cecilia.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just wondering, pretty much in the executive session, we decided, you know, that we're going to go ahead and address this again at our next meeting, based on the recommendations that we made. So I don't know. The only question I have is Honorable Slater's recommendation. I don't know if we should decide to go ahead with doing a legislation to have the Board of Education oversee the contract school. Yeah, I don't know if we need to do that. And I'd just like to ask Honorable Slater what he thinks about that.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. I can respond if you'd like me to.
Go ahead, Cecilia. You have the floor.
Thank you. I guess I'll make this proposal and the committee can decide whether they want to add it to the acceptance of the report. I think that, I guess in accepting the report, we could provide direction to OLC and DOJ in that I'm actually now wondering whether we should state these things on the record because some of it's attorney-client privileged, or whether we shouldn't. Can we get some advice, Mr. Haven?
Yes, sir. Executive session remains confidential, attorney-client privilege information, and Mr. Slater, I will leave it at that, and I would advise the committee to go ahead and accept the report as is. We have directions. We have provided information as much, but anyways, I will prefer to have matters left in executive session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haven. I'll keep my motion as is then, Chair, but for the committee's information, I did send an email to Ms. Bobroff, CC'd Mr. Haven, Ms. Kinsella, Mr. Mallette, and Chair So requesting the drafting of the legislation that I discussed in executive session.
We'll leave it at that. Motion to accept the report from Mr. Louis Mallette, respective versus Navajo Nation. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Aye, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green.
Alona
Say
votes
again?
green.
Halona.
Oh, green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Now we go to item 5C. Ms. Martinez.
Good afternoon. The approved agenda was sent out a while ago. At 11:22. And the report is on item 5C, update report on reauthorization content language from Office of Dene Accountability and DOTI. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Derek Brand.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Daniel So and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. For the record, my name is Derek Franklin. I am the Education Program Manager for the Office of Dene Accountability and Compliance with the Department of Dene Education. I have also on the line my supervisor, Ms. Patricia Ghani, as well as other DOTI staff. I had been asked this morning to provide an update on what transpired during the special Navajo Nation Board of Education meeting that took place yesterday on the 15th of December. So the reason why I got on this call originally was to ensure to kind of give an update on the work session that was happening on the 22nd, and then the discussion that took place with the Health Education Human Services Committee and a previous meeting regarding another meeting to be held next week. So the meetings don't overlap is the reason why I asked for or gave an update on what currently is on the calendar for the Navajo Nation Board of Education. So with that, what happened yesterday, according to what I'm being requested of today from the HESI committee, is we did bring forth the concerns of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee to the Navajo Nation Board of Ed yesterday in regards to the reauthorization application content. Basically, that is the uh, process that we use when schools uh, apply for reauthorization. It's an application process, and that content is just the areas to show that they are in compliance with federal and tribal regulations. They provide documented proof to show that they are in compliance. With that said, the concerns that were brought forth by Honorable Edison Wanika um, are issues where it involves uh, changes to Title 11. It involves changes to the Navajo Nation Uniform Stipend Policy. It may change certain aspects of Title 10. So with that acknowledgement, the Navajo Nation Board of Education, at the recommendation of both ODAC and DOJ, Ms. Kinsella, was that the Navajo Nation Board of Education meet with HESI committee to discuss Honorable Wanika's concerns as well as Daniel So's concerns, kind of a government to government type discussion on these concerns that are valid. They do recognize that these concerns brought forth are valid. Now, with the application content itself, uh, in this vehicle, so to speak, to uh, request schools to produce documentation to show compliance, the concerns brought forth by HESI really don't fit this avenue for adding to the requirements already set forth in the conversion maintenance handbook. So that is why
your screen on your own.
that is why it was recommended that the Board of Education meet with HESI to discuss the concerns of school boards in terms of expenditures and so forth on that level, because they did feel that it is necessary to discuss these concerns. But with regard to the application content, that is a different issue in terms of those concerns. So that is uh, the report that I will give at this time. I do see um, our president of the Navajo Nation Board of Education on the line, Ms. Priscilla Manuelito, as well as my supervisor, Superintendent Ghani, is on the line for questions, Mr. Chair. Did I lose you guys?
I still got you.
Okay. I didn't know if I have to repeat everything I said.
This is Leonard. I think some of the members might get dropped. I don't know. I'm waiting on them.
Okay.
This is Delegate Slater. Are we still on, or what's going on?
I have no idea, sir. So maybe it got dropped, or I don't know. I thought Mr. Franklin just finished his report.
I'm still on.
Okay, 2, 3 with Honorable Winika here, so.
Honorable Slater, I'm not sure if you want to give the floor to either President Manuelito or Superintendent Ghani to provide their remarks, if they wish.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Let's move forward with Ms. Manuelito, and then we'll go on to Ms. Ghani. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable HESI membership, and also to Mr. Franklin Mascani and members of DOTI staff that are present, and any visitors that may be listening in. Yat e Sheya Priscilla Manuelito and Shiedo Haston Shla Ashini Bashachin Kia Ani Dashache do Biotinik Dashanala with a son and Shlin do Loyaj de Yasinasha. Good afternoon. I hope you guys had time to take a break for your lunch. I was on the Head Start work session this morning and decided to join you guys all here. One of the things I appreciate Mr. Franklin's mentioning Navajo Nation Board of Education. We did have a special meeting yesterday, and we discussed what the reauthorization A through Q. And I just have to say, I appreciate your recommendations. I listened also into your meeting. I didn't finish it all the way through because I had another meeting with the public school that I needed to sit on. But for the most part, I appreciate your comments, your recommendations, and your suggestions. And one of the things that I'm pretty sure Mr. Franklin informed you all, but our attorney from Navajo Nation has suggested that we can continue to implement the changes that you all are requesting, and continue to show accountability for school board members, and on in a different method. We want to do that ourselves as Board of Education. Those were some of the things that we want to do, is revisit and revise some of our policies. And I think having um, uh, um, having someone oversee, or having that being under an initiative to make some changes, and continuing to help restructure some of the policies would be great. And so that was one of the recommendations that our DOTI attorney, Alexandra Kinsella, informed us about. And we have talked to Miss Ghani yesterday and told her, let's start looking at where those areas we could start. Is it in Title 10? Is it in, where are we really going to make an effort and start using resolution forms to start making those changes? So it was a lengthy discussion we had yesterday on this again. And I want to commend Mr. Halona and Council Delegate Yazi for being a part of our meeting yesterday. I think they listened in to the majority of our meeting, and I think the thing that she told us was, doing, because of the reauthorization A through Q, the part that will hold that would be more feasible would be in the other areas of governments for the school board. So that is where we're gonna, I think, start implementing and revitalizing those changes. We've talked about that, but I think now that the board was in, we had a full board. Everybody was in attendance except for one board member that lost a mom. So she wasn't in attendance, but everybody else was there. And I think the direction that the board would really like to go is with all your recommendations that you provided, and start implementing. And of course, we had some ourselves, that we really want to revisit and relook at. So I'll be on the line if you have any other questions, or but I think Ms. Ghani can also make some clarifications also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Manuelito. We appreciate the good relationship we have with the board. And we certainly want to move forward in processes and incorporating big changes to Title 10. With that, Ms. Patricia Ghani, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair members of HES Committee, DOTI staff on the call, and members of the public. Thank you for tuning in and definitely for my opportunity to respond and to provide additional clarifying points. As stated by Mr. Franklin and Navajo Nation Board of Education President, Ms. Manuelito, there is advisement from Department of Justice for us to continue the collaborative work to discern the areas of concern as identified by HES members a couple of days ago. And Navajo Nation Board of Education's recognition of the importance to address those pieces. But the task for our DOTI administration is to determine the specific avenue that best address the areas of concern as posed by HES committee members a couple of days ago. Definitely Navajo Nation Board of Education members see the value in bringing these to attention and review. But we are tasked as a DOTI administration to look further into this to find that best vehicle in addressing the issues that you bring to our attention. We certainly want to be able to do both of the things. First of all, to address the clarifying areas for the content of the application process for schools reauthorization. And then also paying respect to your list of concerns, whether they are possibly can be addressed through avenues of refinement, clarification under Title 10 or Title 11, as mentioned by Mr. Franklin this afternoon. So the report itself, as we presented to Board of Education yesterday, was accepted as an update report. And we hope to have the same done today as well here. Thank you so much, Shajat, for those questions and allowing me the opportunity to provide clarification.
Committee members, do you have any further updates or questions? And I guess the main thing is the consideration for a joint meeting / work session. That would be something that then we could, I guess, identify some dates where that could take place.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Cecilia.
Thank you. So Mr. Franklin, or I think it was a combination of Mr. Franklin and Ms. Manuelito discussing less about on the reauthorization side, the required documentation like resolutions and things of that nature, and back to school board member responsibilities. Are those things that we're
that need to be done in one set of reforms, or will they happen in parallel or need each other? Can I get some clarification on the logic there?
Mr. Chair, if I can respond.
Yes, Mr. Franklin.
In regards to Honorable Slater's question for clarification, the document that was presented before you a couple of days ago, it's titled the application content, and what that is the mechanism that DOTI uses to ensure that schools have certain documentation in place to meet federal and tribal requirements. It is only used for that purpose. And so what has happened with that document, since it was approved, there was every time that there was a school administrator change or a new school board that came in after the elections, they interpreted that application content differently into because it was the way it's written, the way it's currently written, it's kind of very vague. So what we did was to ensure that everyone knew and um, uh, currently in their positions to provide them better understanding and clarity in terms of what documents need to be submitted for reauthorization, so that there's no more there's no more um, there's the idea of requesting for the correct information will be hopefully reduced to a minimum, so that when schools do submit their application the third week of March, that when we begin to review the documents, that they're all current, they're all the correct documents to be submitted, so that we don't have to go back and forth with the school requesting for certain documentation. So with that said, the document that, again, what we presented to you provided parameters, provided clarification to all schools in terms of what is required. So what DOJ has requested from us was to seek approval from the HESI committee prior to Board of Education also approving the document. But what had happened was there are serious concerns. Yes, there were serious concerns brought forth by the HESI committee, and they were placed in this document to where after the recommendations from DOJ that's not the appropriate panel to place the concerns. It would have to be at a different level to develop legislation to those concerns. So there were two different areas. I hope that I didn't confuse you. I hope I answered your question, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Committee member, Honorable Slater, does that provide an answer to your question?
Sure.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, this is Priscilla Manuelito. Can I add on to Mr. Franklin's comment?
You sure can. You have, Ms. Manuelito, you
Thank
have
you.
the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Slater, one of the things that I wanted to also add on is, yes, to your question, when you said, we are going to have to look at multiple entities of like Title I, this reauthorization. probably even some of the election. I think Title 11. I'm sorry, but I think it's in Title 11. Some of those areas we are going to have to revisit, and looking at the Board of Education. I mean, the school board members' governance, and how we can implement and strengthen some of the reportings, the budgetary stuff. Right now, of course, we always hear that doesn't, we don't have any weight, we don't have any authority as Navajo Nation Board of Education. That's what we're being told at times when we ask, where's your audit? Let us have your audit from the past 3 years. And then, we hear, well, we give that to BIE. We don't have to give it to you. Those are some of the comments that we receive. And I think for transparency's sake and for the way we want to move in the future with you becoming like a state-like agency and really having sovereignty of our own education, we really need to adapt into having a more of a governance leadership with the Navajo Nation Board of Education, DOTI, and for HES. Those are the main functions that we need to really look at to see where we can strengthen our governance and really have a way that we won't have to hear that anymore. These are our Navajo children, and they should be making those reports to the nation. Right now it's hard for our Mr. Tracy's department to get any grades. They're not providing that to us, and we really need to know where our children are at academically, and to make sure that the funding for the schools are being spent properly. And we're using every avenue we can, and one of the strong avenues we have is reauthorization. If they need to get reauthorized, that's where we have started to put sanctions on some of the schools that need to have more of a guidance and even implementing corrective action plans into the resolutions, or just doing reauthorization for 1 month. It's like the 3 months, just because their audits are so concerning, and we want to see their corrective action plans that they are improving. They don't have business managers, and we're really encouraging them that you have to have a business manager that oversees the funding. No part-time or no business manager that is just there for a few hours and then is a head teacher. Funding, that is a really sensitive area. So we appreciate your leadership, and we really would like to have your support due to that fact that we really want to keep a lot of the information and the reporting going through the correct channels too, and that is to see how our schools are doing, and through DOTI and through Navajo Nation School Board and through HES Committee. Thank you. I hope that helped to clarify stuff too.
Priscilla, thank you. Yes, Ms. Manuelito. Committee members, any follow-up?
Sure, this is Elder Slater.
Oh, Priscilla, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I guess my request to my colleagues is, can we indulge a work session with the Board of Education in January? I think that they've had enough time to really get into gear with their new membership. I really appreciate Ms. Manuelito's leadership and how the board has taken all these issues really seriously and isn't shying away from the tough conversations. But that may be helpful in identifying a work plan or some goals communally over the course of 2021 that we could work on. And I'm just thinking that each of these items, you know, are going to require analysis on whether it has to be final authority for amendments that might provide greater authorization to the Board of Education, or so more authorities to the Board of Education to really do their job correctly, or whether that would require final council action, or all these different things. So I just think instead of fragmenting these conversations by reports, it'd be great if we could, you know, set aside a day or two to just hammer out a lot of the points and develop that plan. That's my request right now, colleagues. Thank you.
Okay. Members, the chair's open to report.
Chair Wanika?
Oh, Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
Chair, I'm going to make a motion to accept the report with an understanding that since we're going to have a joint meeting, we probably can go into more discussion on this at that time, because right now it's probably going to be pretty much bringing up the same concerns that we have. And then also, the only thing is, I did get a copy of the 23rd HES, what their recommendations were. Remember, we found out there was a document. They had discussed these items sometime during the 23rd Council HES Committee. AIA still like to get a copy of that. So, but I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to accept the report. Thank you, Chair.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you. Honorable seconds. The motion to accept the report and then the request for additional documents. Mr. Franklin.
Yes, sir.
No, regarding what the 23rd HES had, I guess, a document that was going to be that. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I understand.
Yeah.
You're breaking up.
Oh dear. That means I got to stand up. Okay, is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that regard, the committee had also asked to see a copy of the DeBosba contract. That came through, but that particular one that we had requested regarding the policy changes that were going to be introduced but never was. So we'd like to get that in advance to our joint work session, joint meeting.
Yes, sir. So for clarification, I will send you the what we call the annual compliance determination that was brought to the attention of the 23rd Navajo Nation Council HESI Committee. And I will also bring forth at your request a copy of the 638 contract for DeBosba. Are those the two documents that I heard you correctly, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Matthews already shared it with the committee, the DeBosba contract.
Okay.
So that other one's the one we really want to see before.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll do that today. I'll do that within the hour.
Okay, thank you. With that, Mr. Mose, roll call vote to accept the report.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
We call Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona. Honorable Purnell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes green. Chair, your vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I'm trying to find the,
Agenda.
now we go to old business. There being none, then we go to new business. Let's see. The new business, Miss Martinez. 7A, what is that new business?
7A, legislation 035-20. Mr. Chair and members.
Okay, I'll call that to the table, and could you read it into the record?
Legislation number 0305-20, an action relating to health, education, human services, and Navajo committees, supporting and recommending suspension or waiver of the requirements under 25 CFR subchapter E, education, including requirements on collecting data, determining future funding allocations. Mr. Chair and members, the legislation has been read into the record, and this is going to Navajo committee.
And the sponsor is none other than Vice Chair, the Honorable Carl R. Slater. Committee members, how do you wish to address this legislation, this question that's before us?
Motion.
Motion by
Halona.
Honorable Halona.
Second, Paul Begay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Carl Slater, you and your agent have the floor. Present this legislation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I asked Ms. Ghani to be my agent for this legislation. I believe we were forwarded a few months ago a request, and I've been trying to track it within my inbox for where exactly that came from. But as you see in Exhibit A, there is a resolution from the BOSBA requesting exemption from these reporting requirements. I thought that it'd be prudent to move that initiative forward, considering how overworked our Office of Legislative Counsel is. It would be better to get it in as soon as possible. So I just would like to hand over the floor to Ms. Ghani. I think it's important for the, is there someone?
Please wait when your card is being authorized.
Okay. I hope that whoever.
Okay. Before I give the floor to Honorable Slater.
Sorry.
Yes, this particular waiver was originally forwarded to us from the BOSBA executive director. And at the time, I had forwarded a question. Can a school board organization request a waiver? and it seemed like it needed to be the Navajo Nation governmental entity. So I'm glad it's Dodie is the one that's the agent on this call. Thank you. With that, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the point that I was leading toward is that, you know, we should have a discussion right now, and we should hear very candidly from Dodie what their thoughts are. This was mainly just to get us prepared for considering this question instead of considering it, then having to work on getting legislation passed. So I would like to hear from Ms. Ghani. Thank you. Ms. Ghani?
Priscilla, thank you. Cecilia, Honorable Slater, Giaza, Miss Patricia Ghani, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and then Shatsui, Mr. Slater, thank you so very much for the opportunity to add information to this proposed legislation here. As I am aware of the waivers for the CFR 25 Section 30 that is spoken to in this legislation, we have been communicating regularly with officials from BIE. In terms of our government-to-government relationship through OPVP staff, we have been checking in on a biweekly basis. And to my knowledge, the schools have been advised to apply for waivers from requirements that stemmed and are connected to CFR 25 Section 30. And from Dodie's perspective, we have supported that request from BIE. And specifically, we have sent out communication to all of our BIE funded schools a couple of times this past fall, urging individual schools to apply for the waiver as requested by BIE. And the due date for submission of these waiver applications were October 30th of this past fall. What that does is it allows the schools the flexibility in positioning their instructional services, and then also alleviates the schools from having to be bound by certain requirements. It also is connected to funding as well, overall. For instance, attendance equates to seat time. Seat time then equates to average daily membership, average daily attendance, which draws down funding for schools, as does transportation as well. The mileage that those bus routes transport our children on a daily basis, that equates to funding for our schools. So those requirements are part of the waiver process that our schools are encouraged to apply for. And so as we checked in with BIE about a week and a half ago, I believe it was, we were informed that most of our schools have submitted the application for waivers. And so as soon as we learned that our schools in total have not submitted their applications for waivers, we've asked BIE to set up a technical assistance scenario by way of a virtual meeting where Dodie would be involved to make sure that we have the full details and that our school leaders have full knowledge and understanding of those specific waivers. And so that is actually in process and being scheduled. We do communicate with Ms. Karen Ballone, in addition to Ms. Emily Arvizo for Navajo region. So while Dodie does support the introduced legislation, I also do believe, and and have confidence in the relationship and the work that is being done by BIE in having the schools submit the requirements and the request for waivers. So I hope that sheds some light as to the background of the waivers and the work that we are doing from Doty to help facilitate the school's submission of their application for waivers. Subsequent to the applications for waivers, we also have knowledge at Doty that this is tied to the school's reopening plans. So we have knowledge that schools are required to submit 3 different plans for reopening. One that speaks to a virtual instructional format, another for hybrid learning, and the last being a return to brick and mortar learning format. And so these waivers are tied to those plans that the schools are expected to submit. And again, I mentioned that as we learn of these requirements of our schools to submit these critical pieces as we remain online and we want to be protective of funding overall for our schools, and to also have the waivers from further specific requirements. We are involved in helping facilitate that technical assistance. Thank you so much, Honorable Slater, for allowing me the opportunity to provide some background information here.
Chair, I think that will conclude our presentation and yield the time back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater and Mrs. Ghani. Thank you for the presentation and the clarifications. Committee members, any discussion?
Vote.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Jordan Edsity from DeBospa. Could I add a little example to what Superintendent Ghani had explained?
Honorable Slater, you are the sponsor.
I mean, I think that we have the relevant information before us. Does the committee wish to hear from DeBospa at this time? Mr. Edsity, if you can be very brief.
I'm sorry?
Sure.
If you can be brief and explain this.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Honorable Slater, and members of the committee. My name is Jordan Edsity. I sit as the Executive Director for the Navajo School Board Association. We oversee 30 of the BIE operated schools for the nation, as you are aware. Within the past several months, we have been trying to get information from the Bureau of Indian Education regarding this waiver that Superintendent Ghani is speaking of. I did send a letter requesting from the council delegates and also from the president of the Navajo Nation to request a system-wide waiver. As far as to answer a previous question, an organization cannot request from the Bureau system-wide waiver. So we were requesting from council delegates and also from the president of the Navajo Nation to request this waiver. A letter had came out from Secretary Sweeney, Dear Tribal Leader letter, stating that schools throughout the Bureau have to request an individual waiver, and if each school wanted to contest it, they would have to hire their own legal, their own attorneys to fight this waiver, if anything would happen. Let's say, for example, a school were to be has 350 or weighted student units in a community. In an average year, that school would be getting $1.9 million. Because of this pandemic, a lot of the students aren't attending schools. As far as attendance, it's pretty difficult for schools to get this information as far as what is counted as attendance. And so with this, the weighted student unit would drop. We have been reading minutes through the Bureau operated schools, and a majority of the schools on Navajo, student attendance had dropped around 50. So on average, it's 50 with the Bureau operated schools. And so if a school were, regular school year, no pandemic happening, 350 with the reduction of, let's say, 150 students, that school would be losing out on $280,000. What we were requesting from DeBosco was more waivers from 25 CFR from Part 39, that section. And so I haven't received a response from the president's office. From what we heard from the only information that was given from the president's office was that they were working on it. We haven't received anything. We're afraid that schools will be losing out on millions of dollars, just Navajo Nation alone. So the information was presented at our agency meetings, and we have been sending out this information to schools. And it's good to hear that most of these schools have requested waivers, but there is still a good number who haven't submitted these waivers. So I don't know if the committee has any questions or at this time.
Committee members, questions? Mr. Holona, Honorable Holona, did you say you had a question?
Can you hear me, Chair? Mr. Holona?
Now we can.
Yeah, I've been trying to get on about 15 minutes now. Nobody's hearing me, so I kind of forgot what I was going to ask. Oh, well, first one I wanted to know was there was three plans for the schools. Are they letting those the schools decide their own, or are we going to take the lead and somebody else is going to take the lead and to decide for them? How is that working out? That's the question I have right now. Sure.
I think we already have legislation that already talks about that, but then let's, Honorable Slater. You want to refer
so I think
to
yes, in a moment. This legislation is requesting for the whole system to receive those waivers, but proceeding and in parallel is the effort. Delegate Halota, can you mute your phone? Thank you. But in parallel, some schools have individually made the request and some haven't. So this is seeking it for everyone, and that's what I'll say at this time. Ms. Ghani, would you like to add some more?
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Yes, and the three plans, school reopening binahat ahigi khatat dol nikto bia iji yahandenota. Ochot beho ko the waivers khat ninigi ajibel iholtha. And ulthat naz niligo Benat Ani the Halodo governance and policy making, decision making. Because school board members dan linigi yan sekesto ultratnaz niligo. Khait ya alchiniyajet da ultradolas online learning is linigi eshin plan 1. Bechadate le bechashit alchin da hos ahigi. Be is aunt ahigi edi alchiniyajet bisn don nishigi. Cha sin ohol nan dehigi ado chodo be chodo nilo be bekat o waligi is aunt. That's what differs from school to school is the achievement levels of the students and the specific remedies of intervening services that the school will avail to the pupil and the population that they're working with. So they have to articulate that in their plan that will be available through instructional services in an online format. Ado plan 2 gonna a hybrid isne. Hybrid ya it is a combination cohorts isne. Enelt igi ado khait is naho jato lefti sa homa de da ultrato left through the computer ado sai ultrato Ako aji gi the quishing is aunt esto accord not ani na linigi bansala asto na di is chino ohos ahigi is aunt ha ishin isi ohos ato nan dehigi is chiniyaje ado be achodon niligi is di school leadership the types of curricular materials to be utilized, the intervention models that will most be meaningful to the population that they have based on the percentage of students who are students identified as English language learners, gifted students, special education students, so yes, indeed, the individual schools have to think thoroughly about how they will fashion their school reopening plan. Ado akit plan 3 is linigi ya return to face-to-face. So indeed, it is an individual plan based on individual school needs. I hope that answers the question that you have, Honorable Halona. Thank you, Mr. Slater. Mr. Slater, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Ghani. Honorable Halona. Your questions, are they answered? I guess he dropped off the call again.
Oh no, it muted me again.
I didn't mute you.
No,
they got a mute.
I was talking and then all of a sudden it came and said, you are unmuted.
So
yes, thank you, Mrs. Ghani. I appreciate it. You did answer the questions that I was wanting to find out. I appreciate that. Thank you. Chair?
Thank you. Mr. Atcity, that reference you made to the subsection of 25 CFR, this particular legislation, just for the record, does it address the BOSBA's concern?
Yes, it does. In the legislation that you guys are reviewing, it actually talks about all of subchapter E, but there is certain parts in that legislation, and mainly majority of it is in part 39. This deals with just data itself regarding students, so student attendance, student participation, bus routes, transportation, everything's affected in Part 39 of this legislation, or the CFR, 25 CFR.
Okay. Committee members, if there's no other question or discussions, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Chair, vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. This legislation goes forward to the Navajo Committee. Thank you, Ms. Ghani and Mr. At-City. Then we go to legislation 7B, legislation 0311-20. Ms. Martinez.
Legislation number 0311-20, an action relating to health, education, human services, budget and finance, and Navajo Education Committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $17,420,482 to the Health Command Operations Center. Mr. Chair, this is going to the Budget and Finance Committee and members.
Committee members, back to you.
Motion, Wanika.
Motion, Halona.
Motion by Honorable Wanika, second by Honorable Halona. Okay, and the third by Honorable Begay. Cecilia, Honorable Carl R. Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, committee members. Thank you, Chair So. This legislation is to support the Health Command Operations Center in the Department of Health in the COVID response. In our discussions over the past several months on the CARES Act, we have provided funding to the Department of Health and HCOC for the COVID response. And as we're aware, that funding will expire on December 30th. So contracts that the Department of Health has in place for the COVID response have the potential to be extended so that we continue providing necessary alternative care sites, isolation and quarantine support, case management, and other services that HCOC is coordinating and providing. So we know that COVID isn't going to end on December 31st or January 1st, and we're grateful for the vaccines that have come and the distribution plan that's in place presently. But we need, as a government, to fulfill our obligation to our people and ensure that these critical services continue while the vaccines are deployed. So my request to the council is to support this legislation. And at the committee today, I think we can delve into the funding source, which is the undesignated unreserved fund balance, the UFB, and maybe discuss some other items which could include using part of the donation fund to support this initiative. And, you know, there are other funding sources. So as the legislation was developed, the Department of Health and Dr. Jim are the ones who submitted the budget. That budget primarily focuses, I think it's about $16.99 million on running the alternative care sites and the contracts with the contractor for that support. And you can see, I think it's a $17.4 million request. So the other items that are included are support for the Health Command Operations Center and also food for our senior centers. So those line items are included in this request. I had a discussion yesterday with Dr. Jim, and I think she very candidly explained the issues that HCOC confronts in terms of funding its operations and really not having a dedicated funding stream for the emergency response. And I asked her if she could develop budgets that are more reflective, not just of what they think they can, just what they need for, say, the month of January for their contracts, but to be a little bit more expansive. And I haven't been able to reconnect with Dr. Jim today, but I don't think that we have new budgets for that. But just for the committee's consideration and understanding and information, I'll probably be requesting in the future to amend the budget that's attached as an exhibit to this legislation to make sure we're covering all of our bases as we go forward. Now, in terms of payment and the funding source, this right now is designed to come from the UUFB. At the very least, the $16.9 million, if not the entire legislation, would be eligible for FEMA reimbursement, you know, at 75%. So that is good to know because we'll expend this, but we'll at the very least get 75% back. Now, if we consider that the Congress is looking at relief to the states, local authorities, and tribes, there's a potential for reimbursing ourselves with a future CARES type expenditure. So even though this may seem like a considerable sum right now, there's a strong chance that either via 75% or 100% reimbursement, we can take care of this and restore, you know, some, if not all of the funding back to the UFB. Chair, at this time, I know that Dr. Jim is on the line, but I'm going to yield the floor back to you. And if committee members have requests or questions for information from either myself or Dr. Jim, we're happy to entertain those now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Committee members, do you have any questions?
Chair Wanika.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Edison Wanika, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the committee, and I appreciate Honorable Slater sponsoring this legislation. I just want to ask him a question, and maybe based on that, can do an amendment. I know Honorable Slater sponsored a bill, I think it was for $75 million for Department of Health. And in that legislation, there was funding for the Chinle Nursing Home of $1.3 million. And we were very sure that it was going through, all the approvals were made, the president signed the contract and everything. By the last minute, we found out that it didn't go through. So I don't know if Honorable Slater already has that as part of his legislation. If not, I'd like to make an amendment to make that a part of it. Sure, thank you.
Thank
Chair
you.
Salona?
Let sponsor answer that question, and then we'll go after that. Then we'll go to Honorable Alona. Honorable Carl Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate Wanika, for that question. That is presently not included in this legislation, and I am supportive of its inclusion in this legislation. I think that the other item we may want to consider was the traditional practitioner support. They were in a similar boat, and the department's hands are tied. So, you know, that funding has already been reallocated from the CARES Act. There's no prospect of any of that going out to either Guy Gorman Senior Home or the or Hatafu. So if that's something that you have prepared in terms of an amendment for this legislation, we can have that discussion with Mr. Haven now. Otherwise, I also wanted to present to the committee that I'm open to a tabling of this and leaving it at the committee level so that we could revisit it either in a special meeting or at our next meeting. I think the main concern we need to look at is being able to pass this legislation through council and get the funding encumbered to these necessary contracts in time by December 31st, when CARES funding will no longer be available. So, thank you, and I'm supportive of that.
Now to Honorable Halona.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Committee members, I just had a question on that. 17 million out of the UUFB, and there was only like 39 million there, and we took 20 out to save for next year, so that's going to draw us all the way down to zero. And you said something about reimbursement. I guess I missed it. I don't know how will that get reimbursed back into the UUFB. You said 75% or something? Explain that to me, please. I don't understand that part. Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate Halona, for the question. So the items that are contained in the legislation can receive the FEMA reimbursement, and the FEMA reimbursement is at 75%. So we won't get 100% reimbursement for these expenditures, but they're eligible for the 75% reimbursement because this is related to the COVID-19 pandemic and emergency response. And then what I was referencing as well is that depending on how the state, local, and tribal relief bill goes through that $160 billion effort, that I'm hoping will permit us to reimburse ourselves for these expenditures. And the same could be included for the nursing home and the Hatatlis if that funding is passed by the U.S. Congress and made available to the Navajo Nation and tribes. I think the amount that's in the bill right now is $8 billion for tribes. The downside is that Alaska Native corporations are explicitly mentioned there, and the distribution formula might be less advantageous to Navajo because relative to, say, some other tribes that have very large tribally owned corporations that have high employee counts. I think it's the formula that's thrown out there right now is 60% population and then 40% employees. So, it's something to consider, but if it's $8 billion, that's the same amount that was made available under the CARES Act. And I presume that the parameters that were set in place allowing for expenditures, from I think it's March 1st onward, will continue to apply to this legislation, to that potential legislation from Congress. Thank you.
Follow-up, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. you know, the OMB report says that the money's low, and so how long will it take for FEMA to reimburse us? How, you know, will we have to be waiting 6 months, 4 months? How long will that take before we have any of that returned back to our UEFB fund? Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you, Chair. Before I hand it over to Dr. Jim, I think there's a couple important things for the committee to keep in mind, and that is that we've passed a comprehensive FY21 budget, so that funding is set aside, and in general, anything beyond that are supplementary requests to the nation that maybe aren't seen as necessary within the comprehensive budget. So, there are some items that were line item vetoed, and maybe this legislation is the vehicle for figuring out a compromise and moving forward. That's why I was offering the potential for the nation, for the committee to keep that at the committee level for a second, to hammer out what that might be without having to introduce a whole new legislation. So in terms of our financial picture, I think this is what Delegate Holland is getting at. We don't want to have very low reserves or balances, but we know that there's also the minimum fund balance, which is outside of the UFB, and the nation, I don't think, will be in a very precarious situation if we make this expenditure, considering that we know reimbursement will occur for at least 75% of it. So we're kind of leveraging our dollars by expending them in this manner. I know that Dr. Jim worked to get further, I don't know if it's like sub-authority, but approval authority to her staff in order to process FEMA reimbursements faster. And it seems like that's been an effective method of submitting those reimbursements. So, Dr. Jim, I'm going to hand it over to you to respond to Delegate Halona's questions on the FEMA reimbursements. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Honorable Halona as well for the FEMA reimbursement. Since the emergency response started in March 2020, we have worked with the FEMA Public Assistance. So under FEMA, there's a branch called Public Assistance, and they have been helping the Navajo Nation in other emergencies, even during the winter storm with their most recent one. And right now there are authorized login to submit FEMA for requests through the Department of Health. So we have a person, Christine is our senior accountant who works with the reimbursement. So we have to date since March submitted about over 300,000 of the $4 million that was originally allocated to us, and that's back to the Navajo Nation already. And on this side, OMB needs to put that in account. We have a transmittal for it. There needs to be an extension from FEMA because that's going to expire at 12/30/2020. So right now on our transmittals, there's an expiration, so there needs to be an extension on that. But we do have the transmittal, but we need the funds to be, I don't know where it is right now, but it's back in the Navajo Nation. So it's been drawn down and it's sitting at OOC. So that's where we're at. So if you're talking about process, I know under the Department of Health, we were able to execute receiving those funds, and it's sitting at OOC. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja, and for being on the call. And then I guess the other part, those dollar amounts that were line item vetoed, I think they went into the UUFB, but it hasn't been reported back to the council yet. I think that's where OMB is still inputting the comprehensive budget. So I think in a dollar amount of more than $9 million is that what I had read in some of the email chains that have been flying back and forth. So, committee members, as Honorable Slater has asked, we could table this while additional information is gathered before we send it on to the BNF committee. And with that, maybe a time period going into January. Committee members.
Chair, Helena?
Yes, Honorable Helena.
So if we table this, will it still move on to the BNF committee? Yes.
Yes, it will, unless we call for a work session. Mr. Haven, Miss Martinez, let me get advice from both of you.
Mr. Chair and members, if this is tabled, it still moves on back to BNF.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Ron Haven here. I don't have a problem with Beverly's advice. She is correct. Thank you.
Oh, I missed that. What was that?
It moves on.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, it moves to the B once it's tabled.
Ms. Martinez, can you repeat?
Mr. Chair and members, I'm sorry, I've been breaking up here. It still moves on to the BNF committee once it's tabled.
But what if the committee asks for a work session on this legislation?
Mr.
Ron,
Chair, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Haven.
Mr. Chair, basically, what Beverly is provided is that even if you table for purposes of a work session, the document will move on to BNF, and I would suggest if you are going to have a work session to do it within the next few days or so, because the document will need to move on. So that's the extent of my advice. I do concur with Ms. Martinez there. Thank you.
Okay. At yesterday's committee members, at yesterday's BNF committee meeting, Honorable Chair Henio basically said yesterday, the 15th, was their last meeting of the year, and they would not meet again till after January, after the new year. I think their next meeting would be somewhere on like the 12th of January or the 5th. do you want to table and then we'll see how it goes. But in the meantime, we still address.
Mr. Chair, this
Yeah.
is Beverly. The committee can also take no action and then decide what to do within that time frame.
Okay. Miss Chitaja, Dr. Jill Jim, regarding the tabling or the taking no action. What are your thoughts on this?
Yat esna non here non din do naidens kidigi to the PAE Huliani for the isolation and quarantine. The contract is only at the end of the month, and they need about a week to 2 weeks to shut down any services that they provide anywhere. I thought it's going towards their deadline. So if there's nothing that happens, there'll be a complete shutdown. There was going to be no continuation of services. The only thing I recommend on my side is an emergency bill, because we're really tight. It's 12/16. They did give me a shutdown plan, and then they haven't gone over that with me until they hear word there's going to be a continuation. So Eshindeya, that's getting really close to the end of the month, and then we have to do a whole new contract, so there's no gap in services. So I just wanted to share that with you as well. Yeah.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. Could I be recognized?
Yes, Satilla, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Jim. I think I was not aware of that statement made at Budget and Finance. That's really, it's really worrying that they could hold up all of the financial legislations that need to be considered by the nation, particularly this one. I'm guessing that it's influenced by the line item veto of the budget. So my thinking right now is that we have some good amendments that should probably be included. So that would be, say, the Hitachi program, as well as the funding for the senior center, Guy Gorman. If we could have that work on the amendment go forward, and then see if we can discuss with Budget and Finance them having a meeting. But I'm definitely in agreement with Dr. Jim that this needs to be passed as soon as possible, because these services can't cease on December 31st. We need them to continue. And if they probably don't receive word soon, they're just going to start shutting down, since they got to be paid out. All of their services have to be completed by December 30th. The options for including those amendments would be us tabling or taking no action right now, and then convening a special meeting as soon as possible. I'm guessing that'd be Monday or something, and then passing the legislation with amendments onto Budget and Finance. But I think it's hard for us to plan without knowing what Budget and Finance is going to do. So my only request is actually not to do a work session, because that would be a barrier for us convening another meeting and passing it if we elected to table.
Okay.
And then the last thing I'd say is just using this as a template for an emergency legislation, and that could potentially be done, between now and Friday, when we'll have the next special council session. So thank you, Chair, and everyone on the call.
Thank you.
Chair, this is Ms. Fabras. Can I just add something, please?
Boy, thank you. I'm glad that you're on the call.
Thank you.
I hope that there's staff from the president's office also on the call. And I was going to basically place a call to Honorable Henio to ask him to convene a special BNF committee meeting. And earlier in the day, I had gotten a text from Speaker Damon about his thinking of scheduling a special session on the 23rd. So let's see where we go in the discussion. I'm sure Ms. Bobroff has a continuing discussion on special session. Ms. Bobroff.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, HESI Committee. Delegate Chairman So is what he just said reflects what was just shared at by the speaker at the Resources Committee when they were looking at 0309. Oh, excuse me, yeah, 0306. But there will be probably a NABI meeting and a special session on the 23rd. And most likely, I'm guessing you can convince Budget and Finance Committee to meet before that. If you want, so there's two things that can be done. The committee could table this legislation and until they hold a special meeting on Monday or so, and add the amendments that they want. We can also draft a emergency legislation that would include the amendments you want. You wouldn't have to add those amendments from the floor. We could include them in the emergency legislation. There's one challenge with emergency legislation that you all are aware of, is that the president does have a history of vetoing emergency legislation, and he can line item veto this one if he wishes. But I fully agree with Dr. Jill Jim that it is vital to get this funding passed by as soon as possible so her services don't have to be canceled and there's no gaps. Office of Legislative Counsel can certainly do whatever amendments you wish, but, and this is the big but, we need a budget to support those amendments. This is UUFB, and UUFB requires amendments. So any amendments you want, we need the supporting budget. So that's all I have to share, Chair, but I really want to emphasize that last point about the amendment. So I will turn the floor back over to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Okay, back to you, Cecilia. Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my request from the committee now, in recognition of that, would be to table, because I'm also going to ask for the drafting of an emergency legislation for consideration on Friday. And as Ms. Bobroff said, we need budgets for everything that's contained in the UUFB request. So I'll work on that with the program. The other factor, and so if you table it and say the emergency legislation doesn't pass or whatever, then we still have an option for moving forward and trying to take care of these items. Just trying to game everything out right here. Are my colleagues aware of the memo the President sent?
Yes.
Okay, so the President has requested that funding from CSN not be rushed to expenditure this Friday. And there are items related to water projects in there and some of the services that the Department of Water Resources had kind of come to an agreement in principle, say with Dig Deep and others, that I think we could potentially include in emergency legislation as well. Those will require budgets. They're coming from CSN, so they didn't require budgets in that legislation. But I'm just trying to think about all the different ways we can ensure that this moves forward in the best way possible. So is that clear? I'm sorry. My request to the committee is either to vote to pass it right now or to vote and table it, saying that, we need a few days or a week to develop our amendments, and we can convene next week when we've figured out the schedule and everything. But I'm still going to move forward with asking for an emergency legislation to be dropped on Friday at the special session. Thank you.
Okay. Committee members, regarding the letter, for me, the President is assuming that the stimulus action by Congress, it'll give monies to tribes, yeah. But what I'm looking at is if chapter equipment were not allowable in this CARES Act, there's a big assumption that the new monies will allow chapter equipment. And I feel like that's kind of like, and we go through the expenditure plan, we submit documents, and they're denied again. So we waste X amount of days again. So regarding this, Honorable Slater, the aspect of including the Nehekasi, is that the one that originally was part of the Department of Health expenditure plan?
Yes, Chair. Well, I guess it wasn't just them. It was a broader program. The first one was vetoed by President Nez, and then the second one was
three, the way that Dr. Jim had basically together. Okay. What the other thought is, we adopt it. In the meantime, we prepare amendments for BNF to include it. And we'll try to get the BNF to meet Monday or Tuesday of next week. So those are some thoughts right now. The main thing, so committee members, I'm looking to you for your wisdom and your knowledge and your votes on which way to best proceed.
Chair Solano.
Honorable Olona, you got the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't know. That still bothers me about that 70% reimbursement. I'm not even sure if I really like that or not. Out of 17 million, that's quite a bit that we're going to be losing back out of that. I don't know about the president's letter. I haven't actually read it yet, but I'm thinking that we need to see a different plan. I'm not exactly sure. Like Ms. Slater had mentioned earlier, that there were other funds that might be available that we could try for. So I don't know if that's really a go or not. But I think I would table this legislation for at least 30 days until we get amendments made so that BNF can look at it if they aren't going to meet till next, January? Unless you want to have it done sooner and push them to have an early meeting. So I don't know. There's just some thoughts I had. I'm still concerned about that people and draining down.
Okay.
Chair,
yes. Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I think our main concern seems like, based on Honorable Slater, is getting additional information. And maybe what we can do is go ahead. I'm the motioning party on this legislation. I don't know if I can amend my motion to table it until Monday. And then on Monday, when we make the decision, then we can find out if we can have Budget and Finance Committee call a special session, depending on what additional information we got on Monday when we reconvene in a special meeting. So if it's allowable, maybe I can go ahead and amend my motion just to table this until Monday. Sir?
Okay, thank you. Honorable Halona, I guess the main thing is the PAE that Dr. Jim talked about. If there's no additional funding, they're going to pack up and leave. So those folks that would need isolation, there wouldn't be any place. And those supplemental medical care wouldn't be available. So that's the part. And what the 75% reimbursement, it's based on our original emergency declaration that happened back in, was it in February? And that's what established the 75% reimbursement. All the chapters face that issue. And even the programs. So that's a given. There's no question on that one. And so, but the other part is this new stimulus that Congress is considering and maybe voting on by the end of the day or by Friday. That new monies could be used to reimburse what we're considering right now. So that's the other thing that could take effect. So, but the main and the biggest issue is this contract to not expire. And then if it expires, then we have another I don't know how many weeks before a new contract could be negotiated or even signed. And so that's how come this legislation is critical. Mr. Haven, Ms. Martinez, the chair has motion to, or the chair has accepted a motion to adopt the legislation, and there's a second. Can the motioning parties withdraw their motion and then place a motion to table?
The only motion that was established right now was to the main motion, sir. There was no vote. That's
Yes.
the only thing that was established.
Yes, Ms. Martinez, my question is, I recognize the motion and the second. And now the committee is like, okay, maybe we better table it. And Mr. Honorable Halona is saying, I made the motion. Can I modify the motion to table? And my thought is, it's better that he withdraw his motion and then do the motion to table.
Ron, do you put on that?
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm hoping you all can hear me.
Yes, we can.
The tabling language is at in Title II, and I think that one of the concerns I have is just simply that provision under section, I believe it's 164 there. What may be possible, and I'll defer to Beverly here, is that what you can do is just have the motioning party withdraw, the seconding party concurring, and essentially amend your agenda and take it back off, since I don't believe it's ready to be considered right now by HESI. And that would be the extent of my advice. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Chair, I'll withdraw my motion.
Honorable Halona. Honorable Halona, you had the second.
Mute. Okay, I was on mute. No, I'll withdraw my second, Chair.
Okay, based on that, the chair will rule that there is no motion, no second, and this item would move on to the next time Health, Education, Human Services Committee meets.
No action.
No action. So in that way, then on Monday, and I'm when we dispense with this, then we'll be at the last part, and that's when we can motion to have a special meeting on Monday. And based on that special meeting, then Mr. Mose will sign off on behalf of the chair to request that special meeting. Committee members.
Agreed.
All right. So
Mr. Alona, I agree with that.
Okay. Honorable Slater.
So we're just going to hold off until we can basically have a conversation with Budget and Finance to see if that's going to be a possibility, because if they're not going to meet, then it doesn't even matter. And then otherwise, we'll proceed with the emergency legislation, which I will be pursuing regardless.
Yes.
Just so we have that as an option.
Okay. So this particular legislation will reappear on Monday's agenda. In the meantime, we have Thursday and Friday and Saturday and Sunday to ask the BNF to meet on Tuesday. So with that, committee members, let's see, that takes us to oh gosh, I lost my...
I think it's the end of the agenda, Chair.
Yes, I'm trying to find the agenda. I lost it. Okay, that brings us to item 7C, other. And that's where we can do the motion for the special meeting on Monday, 12/21 at 10 a.m.
Chair Salona, make a motion, special meeting for Monday.
Thank you, Honorable Salona. I'll recognize that motion.
Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Paul Begay, second. Okay. All in favor? Roll call vote, Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carlos Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carlos Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edson J. Wanika, green. Honorable Edson J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. That brings us to item 8, close of meeting. Do we have any announcements? We have a NABI meeting at 10 a.m. Go ahead.
I just checking to see we have NABI meeting tomorrow and then special session on Friday. Council?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That's my announcement.
Okay. There's no other committee members that want to make an announcement. We're to the part of adjournment. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, motion by Honorable Paul Begay. Thank you, Chair.
Second, Wanika.
Thank you, Cecilia. Honorable Edison Wanika seconds the motion. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carlos Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carlos Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika, green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Adjourned at 2:48 p.m.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Ayla,
Mr.
committee
Chair?
members. Ms. Martinez.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mose will have document number 0305 for your signature and special meeting memo. No. For your signature, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, if Mr. Mose would sign the memo and give it to speaker staff before 5. Are you at work? Are you at the legislature, Mr. Mose?
Yes, sir, over here at BNS.
Okay.
Okay, I'll email
All right.
it to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll get with Mr.
Chair, I'm
Mose.
gonna ask for. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna ask for 305 to be added to the NABI agenda tomorrow. So if we can just see if it's a
I'll make sure
possibility,
it's
and we
signed
could always
and,
suspend the floor
be
rules
ready.
or something.
Yeah.
Hey,
Chair,
Che, Paul Begay.
thank you, Chair. Just checking to see if Ron is still on the call, Mr. Haven.
Yes, sir, I'm still on the call.
Yes, Ron, I'll be in Window Rock tomorrow. If there's any question on that legislation.
Sure, I did talk to the program this morning, so they're gonna get back with me later today. Thank you.
Okay, yes, I'll be there in the morning. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Be safe, Conley.
Be careful. Thank you, committee members.
Everybody else.